Hello, hello. Hey, Sarah, who made those cylinders?
I did.
They're nice.
Thanks.
Never seen anything quite like that.
Really?
Yeah, I like the white top and the twist. They're nice, really nice.
Thank you. That means a lot coming from you.
I don't say those things unless I mean them.
How was the trip down
Hi, how are you guys? Have you guys been here before? So, this is our Museum of Glass Hot Shop team, our resident team of glassblowers working today. It's Sarah Gilbert at the center bench, Sayuri Fukuda in the black shirt, and Alex over in the gray shirt over there. And we're making a lid for one of these jars. Just to get you started, I'll give you just a very brief introduction to how glass blowing works. Everything that we do here starts out in our glass furnaces. The glass furnaces are the machines where you see the doors closed. There's two of them, one on each side of the studio. Can we put up the glass furnace diagram? So if you look up on the big screen, that's what the furnaces look like inside. Each one of them has a big ceramic pot. In that ceramic pot is 1,000 pounds of melted glass. We keep the melted glass at 2,100 degrees Fahrenheit. And at that temperature, the glass has the consistency of honey. So if you can imagine a giant crock pot full of honey, that's what our furnace is like. We want to get the glass out to make stuff. We take one of those steel pipes. Those are called blow pipes. And we dip them into the melted glass like you're dipping into a big jar of honey. We dip it in, twirl it around. A little bit of glass sticks to the end of the pipe. The pipe itself is hollow, so when you blow, the ball of glass blows up like a balloon. If you want to make something larger, we dip it in, blow a bubble, let it harden. Then we dip it in a second time or a third time. We just keep building up the glass in layers. All the glass that's in those furnaces is clear glass. It has no color. Could we put up the color bar photo? We buy our colored glass from two companies in Germany. We buy it in the form of these bars. We call them color bar. And when we want to make a colored object, we blow a bubble of clear glass from the furnace, heat up a chunk of the color bar, and then we coat that initial bubble with a layer of colored glass, red or blue or green. We have a little video to show you how that's done. Could we play color overlay?
The color in glass comes from adding various materials to the mixture of raw ingredients called batch. Most of the colorants are compounds containing some kind of metal. For example, adding cobalt to clear glass creates a deep blue. Tin and antimony can be used to create white glass, and gold chloride can produce a rich red or pink-colored glass. Colored glass is melted in furnaces, just like clear glass, and then is usually rolled into bars for storage and easy application. In order to apply color bar to a bubble, we first need to preheat the color to approximately 950 or 1000 degrees Fahrenheit in a color oven or garage. Once warm, the color is then picked up on the end of a punty rod using a little bit of clear glass as a support. The color is then heated in the 2300 degree glory hole to soften it and make it malleable, while another artist creates a small bubble of clear glass on a blowpipe. Once warm, the color is dropped over the clear bubble, and then using a variety of hand tools or the steel marver, the color is rolled back over the clear in an even layer. This process is called dropping color, or creating a color overlay. Depending on the project, that bubble is then usually gathered over with clear glass and blown into the final form. The finished product may appear to be all made from colored glass, but when viewed in cross-section, we can see that there is only a thin layer of color sandwiched between many layers of clear glass.
So the reason that we do it in that manner is so that we can have any color we want, anytime we want. If we were to fill the furnace with blue glass, we could only make blue things. If we coat each piece individually, we can have any color at any time. The next thing we're going to do here is transfer the bubble that Sarah has in the center to a second steel rod called the punty, P-U-N-T-Y. Sayuri in the black shirt is preparing the punty. She's coated the end of that steel rod with a little bit of molten glass to make it sticky. She'll bring it to Sarah. Sarah will attach it to the bubble, and then we'll break the glass away from Sarah's pipe. Sarah feels that's good and stuck on there. She'll take her tweezers, dip them in water. She'll drip a little water where she wants the glass to break. There she goes. It gives the pipe a tap, and off it comes. So now we have access to the opposite side. Each time we get the glass out of the furnace, it only stays soft for a little while. So we do whatever shaping we can while it's hot and soft. And when it starts to cool and stiffen, then we go to the second type of furnace, and that's called the glory hole. The glory holes are the round furnaces with the doors open. They have no glass in them. Can we put up the glory hole diagram? They're just a hot chamber for heating and softening the glass while we're working. If you think of the glass like wax, you know when wax gets hot, it gets soft, but fairly quickly it gets stiff again. Glass is the same way. So we want to shape the glass when it's really hot and soft, and we don't want to force it. So as soon as it feels like it's getting stiff, we go to the glory hole and heat it up again. Does anybody have any questions so far? The weight is the same. There's always a little bit of glass around the end of the pipe where we dipped it in. So we use a little more glass than that. Is that am I answering your question, or so when we first dip it in, we cover the end of the pipe with glass. And when we break it off, there's a little glass still left around the end of the pipe. Yeah. No. The glass that's around the end of the pipe picks up iron from the pipe, and so that glass that's right around the edge we can't use again. Yes, we can recycle our clear glass. We don't have a good way of recycling our colored glass. In a big factory, you would have a separate furnace for each color, and then you can just collect all the red scraps and throw them in the red furnace, but we don't have that kind of setup here. Sarah's going to widen that opening. The tool in her hand is called a parchophy. It's similar to the Jacks, except it has wooden blades instead of steel blades. So Sarah's got some calipers. She's measuring that opening because it's got to fit a particular jar. The jar is actually in there, but she's taking a measurement, and we're going to fit it to the proper measurement. Sarah Gilbert, leading our team today. She's been blowing glass for 24, 25 years. She started here as our technician, maintaining the furnaces and all the equipment, doing the welding, building molds, and now she works on the floor as a member of our team. Sarah's an excellent glass blower and also an excellent engraver. Making something like a jar lid is actually a bit difficult because it has to fit. Obviously, we make a vase. If it's a one piece, we don't have to fit it to anything. But when we make a lid, it actually has to fit. Here he's holding a wooden paddle across the front. Keep that nice and straight. Sayuri in the black shirt is holding two paddles, one to protect Sarah's arm from the heat, and one to keep the top of the lid, the bottom of the lid straight. Everything that we make here has to be cooled slowly or it'll break. So once we're done with this, we'll put it in one of these big black ovens. Those are called annealers, and they're electric oven, and they have a little computerized thermostat that will slowly turn temperature down to room temperature overnight. If we didn't do that, if we just made this and put it on the table and let it cool on its own, it would cool too quickly and unevenly, and it would break. Does anybody have any questions? The glass itself is made out of three main ingredients: sand, soda ash, and lime. Sand is the bulk of it. It's mostly melted sand. The soda ash is sodium carbonate. It acts as a flux and lowers the melting temperature of the sand. And the lime is calcium carbonate, and it stabilizes the mixture chemically. We throw those three ingredients into the big furnace, cook them overnight. In the morning, we have a tank full of glass. We have two ways in which we heat up the glass. Sometimes we heat it up in the big round oven, the glory hole. Sometimes we heat it up with torches. When we heat it up in the glory hole, it heats the thing generally. When we need the heat in a specific place, we use the torches. What's the end of that? Master? Overnight. Overnight for most things. When we make really thick things, then we have to cool them over a longer period of time. It can be days, it can even be weeks if we're making something big and solid. So we're getting ready to add a little finial, the thing that you'll pick the lid up with. Alex is preparing the finial over on the right. So we're going to take the lid off of Sarah's pipe, and then we're going to torch it and stick on the finial. This has to be done fairly quickly because we can't leave the glass out of the fire too long. It'll get too cold and it'll crack. Over on the far right, you can see Sayuri in the green jacket putting on some protective clothing. She's going to carry the lid to our annealing oven where it'll be cooled slowly overnight. The gloves that she's wearing are made out of Kevlar. Kevlar is a fire-resistant insulating material. When she grabs that lid, it'll be about 1,000 degrees. At that temperature, the glass will be hard, and we'll put it in the annealer to cool slowly overnight. So Yuri's torching the place where we're going to lay the lid down. So it's a little bit hot so it doesn't chill the lid and crack it. Sarah's going to take the lid off the metal rod. Once again, we'll drip a little water on that joint. That'll crack it. And just a little tap on the pipe, and off it will come. There's the water. That'll crack the joint between the metal rod and the lid itself. And just a light tap will release it. Alex coming over with a finial. We'll heat a spot where we're going to attach it. Hot glass sticks to hot glass. Stick the finial on. And we'll take it straight to the annealer to cool overnight. So let's have a big hand for the Museum of Glass Hot Shop team, Alex, Sarah, and Sayuri. Has anybody got any questions? Can we put up how hot is it? So if you look up on the big screen, we have all the different temperatures, the furnaces, where the molten glass is, in the ones with the doors closed. The glory holes are the round furnaces with the doors open. The annealers are the big black ovens on opposite sides of the studio. And the garage is this silver oven with the curved side. Depends what you're making. You make a Christmas ornament, that takes about 3 minutes. You make a wine glass, that takes 20 minutes. Some pieces of sculptures with over on the right, Sayuri is dipping her pipe into the molten glass. All glass, when it's really hot, looks orange. The orange color is the glow from the heat, not the color of the glass. So the glass that she's manipulating now is clear glass. It just looks orangey because it's hot. In the garage, we have some bars of colored glass, and we're going to pull some out to coat the initial bubble. We buy our colored glass from 2 companies in Germany. They do nothing but make colored glass. We can buy it in various forms. We can buy it in bars. We can buy it in little chips called frit. We can buy it in powders. And they have probably close to 200 different colors. So now, next thing we're going to make is we're going to make a bowl, and it's going to have what we call a double overlay. We're going to put 2 colors on the bubble. The first color that we coat the bubble with, that's the color you'll see from the inside of the bowl. The second color is what you'll see from the outside of the bowl. Can we put up the double overlay slide? So we have a little diagram. So we're going to coat the initial clear bubble with 1 color. That's the color you'll see on the inside. Then we're going to put another color over that. That's the color you'll see from the outside. Do you guys know about our contest for kids? Any kid 12 or younger can do a drawing once a month We pick one of the drawings and we make whatever you drew out of glass. We make 2 copies, one for you to take home and one for the museum collection. It's a contest, so not everybody gets picked. But it's free to enter. There's a table out in the lobby with drawing materials and entry forms. It's free. So if you guys want to make a drawing and enter the contest, can we put up some of the kids' design? There. So look up on the big screen. You'll see some of the things that we made from the kids' drawings. If you're not feeling inspired, if the kids aren't feeling inspired, you can take one of the entry forms home, do the drawing at home, and mail it in. No pressure. So over on the right, Sayuri's covered her bubble with, oh no, she has not covered her bubble yet. So she has a bubble of clear glass. Alex, in the gray shirt, is heating up the colored glass. I'm going to drop the color onto the clear bubble. We'll roll that back until it entirely coats the original bubble. Hi, how are you guys? Do you guys have any questions? Anything you'd like to know? Okay. In the center, Alex is heating up the second color. going to drop the second color on. So these will maintain separate layers. When glass is hot, it doesn't mix like paint. So this will be a separate layer of color. So the first color that we coated the bubble with was blue, and then the second color is purple. All glass, when it's really hot, looks orange. That's the orange color you're seeing is the glow from the heat, not the color of the glass. The only way I know what color it is I have to ask. It's going to be blue on the outside and purple on the inside. So now over on the far right, Sayuri in the black shirt is letting that bubble cool and stiffen a bit, and we're going to coat it with clear glass. All the glass in the furnaces is clear. We've coated the initial bubble with two different colors of glass, a purple on the inside, a blue on the outside. And now we're going to coat it with clear. Sayuri's going over to our furnace. She's going to dip her bubble into the molten glass, twirl it around. Glass will collect around that bubble, and we have a fresh layer of hot molten glass. Now she's going to take a tool called the block and shape the glass. The tool is made out of wood. It's stored in a bucket of water. As long as the wood is wet, the tool doesn't burn, and it doesn't leave any marks as she shapes the glass. Sayuri's taking her pipe over to the pipe cooler. There's a steel trough. We lay the pipe in the steel trough and we spray water on it. That cools it down and makes it easier to hold. Now Sayuri's going back to the furnace and get another layer of hot molten glass. Each time we dip it in the furnace and coat it, it's called taking a gather, Gather. Now she's going to hand it over to Sarah Gilbert. Sarah's going to take it on from here and blow it up to its full size and shape. You notice that one of the glass blowers is seated to the left of the workbench. That's Alex. He's going to be the person who's blowing. He's going to blow through that steel tube, the blowpipe, and inflate the glass as Sarah shapes it. Glass blowing is a team sport. We rarely do it alone. It always works better when you're working in a team. Does anybody have any questions? Well, she coated the. There was a clear bubble, then she put one color over it, and then she put a second color over the top.
Oh, okay. So she didn't actually put it like into.
No, no.
Okay.
Can we put up the double overlay diagram? We have a little diagram to show you. So, so we coat the clear bubble with the color, and then another color over that, and then when you blow it up, you'll see the first color on the inside of the bowl and the second color on the outside of the bowl.
Okay, that's awesome. And then when they're making this bigger, they're just adding more glass over those colors?
Well, they added a bunch of clear glass over there, and then we're going to blow it up like a balloon, make it bigger.
Okay. All right, cool. Thank you.
So Alex is blowing as Sarah shapes the glass. The gray pad in Sarah's hand is just folded up ordinary newspaper soaked in water. As long as the newspaper is wet, the paper doesn't burn too much, and we can shape the glass without leaving any marks. So Sayuri's heating that bubble up in the glory hole, the round oven. And you bring it to Sarah, it'll be nice and soft. And Sarah's going to take a tool called the jacks and squeeze the glass and make a sharp crease in it. That sharp crease is the place where we'll be able to break the glass away from the metal pipe once we're done shaping. The tool is called the jacks, and the act of making that crease is called jacking it down. So now Alex is blowing as Sarah shapes it. We put up the color bar photo. So we buy the colored glass in the form of those bars. We buy it like an artist buys paint, red, yellow, blue, pink. We blow a bubble of clear glass from the furnace, we heat up a chunk of the colored glass, and then we coat that clear bubble with the colored glass. We heat the chunk of the color up, and then we drop a blob on top, and then smear it till it entirely coats the first bubble. Yeah, when we finish. You can see the bubble getting bigger as Sarah shapes it with the newspaper. We put up the newspaper photo. So the pad in her hand is just regular, everyday newspaper, folded up a bunch of times and soaked in water. The one that's lying on the table, that's a brand new one. The one that's lying on top, that's one that's been used for a little while. The rod doesn't get as hot as common sense would lead you to believe. The only time it gets really hot is when we go reach into the furnace to get the glass out. And we take it to our pipe cooler, the trough over there. We spray water on the metal pipe. That cools it down and makes it easier to hold. Sayuri's holding a wooden paddle across the bottom. That makes the bottom nice and flat so it'll sit nicely on the table. Making a bowl. Next thing we're going to do is transfer that bubble from the rod it's on now, the blowpipe, to a second steel rod called the punty, P-U-N-T-Y. The punty will hold it from the bottom while we shape the top. Alex, to the right of center, is preparing the punty. He's coating the end of that steel rod with a little bit of molten glass to make it sticky. He's going to bring it to Sarah. sitting at the center bench, and Sarah will stick it on to the bottom. Sarah will stick it on to the bottom. When she feels that bond is strong enough, we'll break the glass away from the original pipe. She's going to dip her tweezers into a bucket of water. She's going to drip some water where she wants the glass to break, and then give the pipe a tap, and off it'll come. Here she goes. There's the water. There's the tap. And it's now attached to the punty. The top is exposed. The top can now be heated and shaped. Anybody got any questions? A bowl.
It's a bowl. So right now, is she opening up that other end that was closed?
No, it wasn't closed. It was open. So she blew a bubble. We broke it off. There's a little hole there where we broke it off.
It's already open.
Yep.
Okay. So now she's just shaping like the neck of the bowl.
Well, she was just making sure the thing is centered.
Yeah.
She's not shaping anything at the moment.
Oh, okay. Gotcha.
Working with the glass is like working on a lathe or a pottery wheel. The work spins, and we hold the tools against it as it spins. So it's very important that it's centered.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah. So I've grown pottery, and so you're there and you're centering. So when she's got her tools and her wood, she's still got to center that and feel the circumference is rolling just right to
Yep.
center. Yeah.
So you know what happens if when you're making a pot, if it's not centered, it's like whoa,
Wobbly, yeah.
it's all wonky.
What type of wood is she using for those paddles? Is it
The paddles are made generally out of some kind of fruit wood, pear, apple, cherry. Here in Washington, it depends where you live, what kind of trees are around there. Here in Washington State, we use a lot of cherry. The wood of fruit trees is dense, and it has very little resin, so it burns slowly, and also it doesn't smoke. If we made them out of pine, it would burn quickly, and it'd be very smoky. Yep. So now Sarah is widening that opening. The tool in her hand is called the jacks. Oh, no, she's using the parchophy with the wooden blades. She's pressing on the inside of that opening, making that bowl wider. So we need a way to get the fruit into our bowl, so we're going to have to make that opening a lot wider. We're going to blow a little air into that opening. Sayuri's holding a tool called the Soffietta. It's got a cone on the end. We'll insert the cone into that opening, and then we'll blow through the central tube, and that'll make the shape, it'll inflate it slightly and make the shape a little rounder and fuller. Here we go. Now we're gonna coax that out, make it a little bit at a time to make a nice low, shallow bowl shape. When she spins it, when it's quite hot and soft, the centrifugal force is making that thing wider. And she's keeping it in check with the newspaper. She's pressing on the inside. Round ones with the doors open are 20. The doors closed. Heat the glass selectively. We can focus the heat in a particular place. When we put it in the big round oven, the glory hole, kind of heats it up generally. We need to focus the heat in a particular place. We use the torches. These shallow bowl shapes are actually fairly hard to make. It's not a shape that the glass wants to form naturally, so we have to coax it a little bit at a time. Some things in glass that look really fancy are easy. Some things that look really simple are hard. So we're getting close to being done. Over on the right, you'll see Sayuri's put on some protective clothing in the green jacket. And she's going to carry the finished bowl to our annealing oven, where it'll be cooled slowly overnight. The annealing oven is that big black oven on the right side of the studio. If we just made this and put it on the table and let it cool on its own, it would cool too quickly and unevenly, and it would crack. So we have to cool it very slowly overnight. Once again, we're going to use water to break the glass away from the metal pipe. When Sarah's ready to take that off, she'll take her tweezers, drip water on the joint between the bowl and the metal rod. The water will crack that joint, and just a light tap will release it. Sayuri in the green jacket will carry the bowl to our annealing oven to cool slowly overnight. Gloves Sayuri is wearing are made out of Kevlar. Kevlar is a fire-resistant insulating material. It's what firemen wear when they go into a burning building. When she grabs that bowl, it'll be approximately 1,000 degrees. At that temperature, the glass will be hard. It'll no longer change shape. And we'll cool it slowly overnight in the annealer. Sarah's preheating the joint between the bowl and the metal rod. That joint has to be a little hot, so when we apply the water, it'll crack nicely. She's going to heat the gloves up, because at this point, if we touch it with something room temperature, we could crack it. Here's the water. And a little tap. Off it comes. We're going to heat up the little spot where we broke it off so it's not sharp. And we're going to stamp it with the museum logo. And over to our annealing oven to cool slowly overnight. So let's have a big hand for the Museum of Glass Hot Shop team. Alex, Sayuri, and Sarah. Anybody got any questions? No rest for the wicked. We're going to start another bowl. There's thousands of kinds of glass. There are thousands of kinds of glass. We use a glass that's specifically formulated for this hand type of blowing. So it's formulated so it stays soft for a long time. The glass that goes into a bottle is formulated to harden very quickly, so a machine can make 1,000 bottles in an hour. Those are made by machines, and the machine blows the bubble into a metal mold. if you're making stuff industrially by machine, you want glass that hardens quickly. If you're making stuff by hand, you want glass that hardens slowly. Colors in glass come mostly from metals dissolved in the glass when you first cook it up from scratch. Cobalt makes it blue, chromium makes it green, tin makes it white, a little bit of gold makes it a beautiful ruby red. Correct. Three things: blow soft, blow hard, or stop. That's it. Watching the glass tells him what to do. We usually carry it on for the whole day. I mean, and some of the glass blowers are a little better at some things than others. But we have a guy, Ben, who's very good at making stops. So maybe he'll make a. So we're starting the next bowl. Sayuri in the black shirt is going to dip her pipe into the big tank of molten glass. And she's going to blow a little bubble of clear glass. All the glass in that big furnace is clear. Can we put up the furnace diagram? Alex in the gray shirt is heating up a bar of colored glass. And we're going to coat Sayuri's bubble with the colored glass. This is called a color overlay. So for these bowls that we're making, we're going to put two different colors. The first color that we put on will be the color that you see from the inside of the bowl. The second color will be the color you see from the outside of the bowl. Could we put up the color overlay diagram? Oh, no. Sorry, the double overlay. Sorry, that's my fault. So we're going to coat the bubble with one color and then another color on top. And when the thing is finished, you'll see the first color on the inside and you'll see the second color on the outside. We're about to apply the first color. Sayuri has her clear bubble there. It's cooler and stiffer. Alex is heating up the bar of colored glass. Make it hot and gooey. We'll drop a big blob on Sayuri's bubble. Now Sayuri's going to take a tool and push that color back towards the pipe until it entirely coats the original bubble. So on the right, Sayuri in the black shirt is pushing that color around to make sure it entirely coats the original bubble. We buy the colored glass in the form of these bars. We buy it like an artist buys paint, red, yellow, blue, pink. We heat up a chunk of the colored glass, and then we coat the initial bubble with whatever color we want the object to be. So for these bowls that we're making today, we're going to coat the bubble with two different colors. The first color that we applied will be the color you'll see from the inside of the bowl. The second color will be the color you see from the outside of the bowl. Can we put up the double overlay uh, drawing again? So we have a little diagram up on the big screen. So we have a clear bubble. We coat it with one color. That'll be what you see from the inside. And then we'll put a second color over that, and that's the color you'll see from the outside. So right now, over on the right, they're about to coat the bubble with the second color. Hi, how are you guys?
Good, how are you?
Good. You guys have any questions? You know about our contest for kids? Any kid that comes to the museum, 12 or younger, can do a drawing. Once a month, we pick one of the drawings and we make whatever the kid drew out of glass. Make it 2 copies, one for the kid to keep and one for the museum collection. It's free to enter. There's a table out in the lobby with drawing material and entry forms. Go there, do your drawing, put it in the box. And if you win, we'll call you up, bring the whole family down, and we'll make it right in front of you. If you're not feeling inspired right now, you can grab one of the entry forms, one for each kid, and do the drawings at home and mail them in.
All right. Yeah, we'll do that.
Has anybody got any questions? We have two main kinds of furnaces. We have the glass furnaces, the ones with the doors closed, which contain the tanks of molten glass. We put up the glass furnace diagram. If you look up on the big screen, that's what the furnaces look like inside. In each furnace, there's a big ceramic pot. In that ceramic pot is 1,000 pounds of melted glass. All the glass in those furnaces are clear. We buy our colored glass in the form of these bars. And when we want to make a colored object, we blow a bubble of clear from the big furnace. We heat up a chunk of colored glass, and then we coat that clear bubble with whatever color we want the object to be. right, that's Sayuri Fukuda. And she's shaping the glass against that metal table. The metal table is called the Marver, Marver. We're making a bowl. We've applied two colors, purple on the inside and blue on the outside. So when you look at the bowl, you'll see purple when you look in the bowl, and when you look at it from the outside, you'll see blue. All the colors while we're working are distorted by the heat. The only reason I know what these colors are is I asked. I can't see I don't see those colors any better than you see them. Does anybody have any questions? On the stick? Can we put up the glass furnace diagram? So inside there, it looks like the picture on the big screen. So there's a big pot, and in that pot is 1,000 pounds of melted glass. The melted glass is like honey. And so we take the steel pipe, and we dip it in the melted glass. It's like dipping into a big jar of honey. We twirl it around. The glass sticks to the pipe, and then when we blow in the pipe, the glass blows up like a balloon. That make sense? So over on the right, Sayuri is shaping the glass. The tool in her hand is called the block. The tool is made out of wood. It's stored in a bucket of water. As long as the wood is wet, the tool doesn't burn, and she can shape the glass without leaving any marks. It's usually some kind of fruit wood, apple, pear, cherry. Here in Washington State, we use a lot of cherry. The orange color that you're seeing at the moment is the glow from the heat, not the color of the glass. If you think about your own homes, if you have an electric stove, the burners are gray. When you turn them on to cook something, they get hot, they glow orange for a little while. Turn them off, they cool down. You see the natural color again. Same with the glass. So Sayuri is going to let that bubble cool and stiffen a bit. Then we're going to coat it with more clear glass. So now Sayuri is going over to the furnace, and she's going to dip the bubble into a big tank of molten glass and coat it. When she comes out, she'll have a fresh layer of hot molten clear glass on the outside. She's going over to our pipe cooler. There's a little steel trough. We lay this pipe in the steel trough and we spray water on the metal pipe. That cools it down and makes it easier to hold. Handed it over to Sarah Gilbert. Sarah's one of our resident team of glass blowers. And she's going to blow it up to its full size and shape. One of the glass blowers is seated to the left of the workbench. That's Alex. He's the person that's going to be blowing. He's going to blow into that steel tube and inflate the glass as Sarah shapes. Do you guys have any questions? 2,300 degrees Fahrenheit. That's 1250 Celsius. Are you allowed to blow one of these things? Yeah. Well, we have try-it sessions. I think we're going to have one coming up this weekend. You can check with the front desk. You do it by appointment, and it costs money. So Alex, seated to the left, is blowing as Sarah shapes the glass using a pad of wet newspaper, just everyday, ordinary newspaper, folded up a bunch of times and soaked in water. That's one of our most important tools. Can we put up the newspaper photo? If you look up on the big screen, you'll see it's just everyday, ordinary newspaper folded up into a big pad and then soaked in water. The round oven with the door open, that's called the glory hole. It runs on natural gas and forced air, and we keep it at approximately 2,300 degrees Fahrenheit, which is 1250 Celsius. Each time we heat the glass up in the glory hole, it only stays soft for a little while, so we do whatever shaping or blowing we can while it's hot and soft, and then we have to go back to the glory hole and heat it up again. So Alex is blowing now. You can see the bubble getting bigger. Does anybody have any questions? Do you guys have any questions?
Not yet.
When Sarah holds it up in the air like that, it makes the shape shorter and wider. So the part of the bowl that sits on the table, that's the part that's sticking out now. The part that's attached to the pipe, that's where you put the fruit. Get it from a company in North Carolina called Spruce Pine Batch.
And where did they acquire it from?
They make it.
Okay.
Sarah's squeezing the glass, making a sharp crease in it. That crease is the place where we'll be able to break the glass away from the metal pipe once we're done shaping. What? A bowl. B-O-W-L?
Yeah. Okay.
Yeah, more like a fruit bowl you'd put in the middle of the table. It's a wide and shallow. Yeah, so. No, nothing like a vase. A bowl. You know what a bowl is, right? Each time we heat up the glass in the round oven with the door open, the glory hole, it only stays soft for a little while. So we do whatever shaping we can while it's hot and soft. And when it starts to cool and stiffen, we return to the glory hole and heat it up again. If you've ever seen anybody work at a forge making horseshoes or swords, they put the metal in the fire, soften it, they work on it a little bit, and then they put it in the fire, soften it again, and work on it a little more. That's the same sort of routine you see here. Now Sayuri is holding a wooden paddle across the bottom to make the bottom nice and flat so it'll sit nicely on the table. Hi. How are you guys? Oh, good. Oh, these are very, very good glass blowers you're watching now. Mm-hmm. Yeah, they burn, but they burn very slowly. You know, once when they're brand new, there's a lot of smoke and fire, but once they're charred, they burn very slowly. No, I guess we just throw them out when they're burned out. Yeah, no, it's a good idea. You can suggest it to the store guy. But they last maybe 6 or 9 months. Uh, so the next thing we're going to do is transfer the bowl from the rod it's on now, the blowpipe, to a second steel rod called the punty, Punty. Alex, in the gray shirt, is preparing the punty. He's coated that rod with a little bit of molten glass to make it sticky. He's going to bring it to Sarah. Sarah will attach it to the bottom, and then we'll break the glass away from Sarah's pipe. Here we go. We stick the punty on, Punty. When Sarah feels that bond is strong enough, we'll break the glass away from Sarah's pipe. She'll take her tweezers, dip them in water. She'll drip a little water where she wants the glass to break. The water will crack the glass just at that point, and then a light tap, and off it'll come. here she goes. She drips the water off those tweezers, gives a tap, and off it comes. Yeah, go ahead. So now the bowl is held from the bottom. The top is exposed. The top can now be heated and shaped. Has anybody got any questions? The colors in glass come mostly from metals dissolved in the glass when you first cook it up from scratch. Cobalt makes it blue, chromium makes it green, tin makes it white, a little bit of gold makes it a beautiful ruby red. Hi. He sprayed the furnace? Yep. He sprayed the bottle into the furnace. He sprayed water in there. If there's bubbles on the surface of the molten glass, if you spray water in there, you can pop them. So there's a big tank full of melted glass. Sometimes when we reach in, we create some little bubbles, and so you spray the water in, that pops the bubbles, and we don't get bubbles in our bowl. How long you have to be? Well, here in Tacoma, there's a you can't learn. We don't have any classes here, but if you in the Tacoma Public Schools, they start learning glass blowing in middle school. So what's that? Seventh, eighth grade, be like 13 or something. Okay, why doesn't the rods get hot? There's a couple of things going on. The main thing is it's very long. Most people think of their own homes and they think of a frying pan on the stove. Your handle is 9 or 10 inches long. These are 4.5 feet long, so they have a lot more surface area to dissipate the heat. If you grab that pole 9 inches from the glass, it would burn your hand. Also, once glass is an insulator, so once we coat the end of that rod with glass, it's no longer exposed to the direct heat of the furnace. Steel. Most of them are stainless steel, but some of them are mild steel. Now Sarah's shaping the glass using a pad of newspaper, just ordinary everyday newspaper. She's going to press on the inside to make the bowl wider. are you? Uh, 23 years.
23 years? But this particular.
What?
But I mean Grace McClellan and Sarah.
2,000 years.
Yeah.
This museum is 23 years old.
Yeah. Now, do you load pieces here for the museum, or are they shipped in?
You mean for our exhibits?
Yeah.
Some of the things we make here, some of them come from other places. No. And we show glass from all over the world, all different artists, not just the stuff we make. Sayuri, standing up, is holding two paddles, one across the front of the bowl, keep it nice and straight, another one to shield Sarah's hand from the heat. The heat that comes off the glass is radiant heat, like an outdoor heater. It heats the first thing it strikes. If you put the paddle between the arm and the glass, the paddle gets hot and the arm doesn't. When we heat the glass with the torches, we can focus the heat in a particular place. When we heat the glass in the big round oven, the glory hole, kind of heats it up more generally. When we need to focus the heat in a particular place, we use the torches. Now, when the glass is hot and soft and Sarah spins it, the sides of the glass flare out just by centrifugal force. She's keeping them in check by leaning on the sides with the jacks. So we're almost done. Everything that we make here has to be cooled slowly or it'll break. So we're going to take it off the metal rod. We're going to place it in an oven called the annealer, where it'll be cooled slowly overnight. These two big black ovens on each side of the studio are annealers. They're electric ovens. We keep it at a constant temperature all day long. We place all the objects we make during the day in there, and then at night it has a little computerized thermostat that slowly turns the temperature down to room temperature. So all the stuff you see in that oven is stuff we made yesterday. We're loading stuff we made today into this oven, and it'll be cooled tomorrow morning. So we're pretty much done. One of the glass blowers will put on some protective clothing, and they'll carry the finished bowl to our annealing oven to cool slowly overnight. The slow cooling process is called annealing. ANNEALING. Over on the right, you can see Sayuri putting on those big yellow gloves. Those gloves are made out of Kevlar. Kevlar is a fire-resistant insulating material. When she grabs that bowl, it'll be approximately 1,000 degrees. At that temperature, the glass will be hard, and it will no longer change shape. So we're going to take the bowl off the metal rod. We're going to heat up a little spot on the bottom of the bowl, and then we're going to stamp it with the museum logo. When Sarah's ready to take that off the metal pipe, she'll take her tweezers, dip them in water. She'll drip a little water on the joint between the bowl and the metal rod. The water will crack that joint, and just a light tap will release it. Okay, here we go. We soften a spot on the bottom, stamp it with the museum logo, and Sayuri will carry it to our annealing oven, where it'll be cooled slowly overnight. So let's have a big hand for the Museum of Glass Hot Shop team, Alex, Sayuri, and Sarah. You have a question?
What does this do?
This is an annealer. It's the same machine as that, only it's just a different shape. So it's an electric oven, and we slowly cool the glass down so it doesn't break. So Sayuri in the black shirt has dipped her pipe into the molten glass. She's going to blow a little bubble, and that'll be the beginning of our next bowl. So over on the right, we're doing what's called a color overlay. Sayuri in the black shirt has blown a bubble of clear glass. Alex in the gray shirt is heating up a bar of colored glass. And we're going to coat that with the colored glass. We buy all our colored glass from 2 companies in Germany. They have like 200 colors. We're going to drop the color onto Sayuri's clear bubble, and then she's going to roll it back until it entirely coats the original bubble. So we're making a kind of a wide, shallow bowl, kind of the kind you might like put fruit in the middle of a table. We've coated that bubble with 2 colors. Can we put up the double overlay drawing? So we started with a clear bubble. We coated it with 1 color, and then we put a second color over that. And when we blow it up, the first color is the color you'll see on the inside of the bowl, and the second color is the color you'll see on the outside of the bowl. So Sayuri's pushing the color backwards towards her pipe against that steel table. The steel table is called the Marver, M-A-R-V-E-R. Does anybody have any questions? The glass itself is made out of 3 main ingredients: sand, soda ash, and lime. Sand is the bulk of it. It's mostly melted sand. Soda ash is sodium carbonate. It acts as a flux and lowers the melting temperature of the sand. And the lime is calcium carbonate, and that stabilizes the mixture chemically. We throw those 3 ingredients into the furnace, cook them overnight. In the morning, we have a tank full of glass. Those 3 ingredients make clear glass. If we wanted to make colored glass, then we'd add some kind of metal. Cobalt will make the glass blue, chromium will make it green, tin makes it white, a little bit of gold makes it a beautiful ruby red. There's 2 different kinds of main furnaces. There's the glass furnaces. Those are the ones with the doors closed. Those have the tanks of molten glass in them. The round ovens with the door open, those are called glory holes, and those are they have no glass in them. They're just for heating and softening the glass while we're working. All the glory holes are the same. All the furnaces are the same. So over on the right, we're going to coat that bubble with the second color. Alex standing up in the gray shirt. He's heating up the colored glass. Sayuri has the bubble with the clear and the first coating of colored glass. So we're applying the second color. put one color over the other, the two colors don't mix. They stay as separate layers. Has anybody got any questions? They don't mix, no. It's not like paint. Sorry. Can we put up the double overlay? So we've coated the clear bubble with one color and then a second color on top of that. When we finally blow this into the bowl shape, you'll see the first color on the inside of the bowl, and you'll see the second color on the outside of the bowl. Yeah. They're steel. They don't get as hot as common sense would lead you to believe. Yeah, they're just pipe. Yep. Blow in one end, the glass blows up like a balloon on the other. There's several things going on. Mostly it's the length. When people think about a frying pan on the stove at their home and the handle gets hot, that's 9 or 10 inches long. These are 4.5 feet long, so they have a lot more surface area to dissipate the heat. Also, once you coat the end of the pipe with glass, glass is an insulator, and so it's no longer exposed to the direct heat of the furnace. So Sayuri's shaping the glass using a tool called the block. That little scoop-shaped tool is made out of wood. It's stored in a bucket of water. As long as the wood is wet, the tool doesn't burn, and she can shape the glass without leaving any marks. Even though the tool looks like a scoop, we don't scoop up any water in it. We use it empty. We just want the wood itself to be wet. Now Sayuri has switched to the newspaper. The gray pad in her hand is just ordinary newspaper, folded up a bunch of times and soaked in water. It's one of our most important tools. Can we put up the newspaper photo? So it's just everyday, ordinary newspaper, folded up and soaked in water. Yes. Natural gas. Now Sayuri is going over to the pipe cooler. We have a steel trough. We lay the metal pipe in the steel trough and we spray water on it to cool it down. The only time these pipes get really hot is when we reach into the furnace to get the glass. So we take it to the pipe cooler, spray water on it, that cools it down and makes it easier to hold. So she's going to switch, transfer it to Sarah. Sarah Gilbert is leading our team today. And Sarah's going to take it from here. So we're making a bowl, kind of a wide, shallow bowl. So the man seated to the left, that's Alex. He's the guy that's blowing. He's blowing through that steel tube, the blowpipe, and inflating the glass as Sarah shapes it with the newspaper. Glass blowing is a team sport. We almost always work in teams. It's possible to make certain things by yourself, but it doesn't work nearly as well. Sarah's shaping with the newspaper, and Alex, seated to the left, is blowing. And it's just like blowing up a balloon. There's some resistance, but you don't need any tremendous amount of lung power. If you can blow up a balloon, you have plenty of lung power to blow up glass. Yes. She was heating up the part that she wants to shape. You make getting that part extra hot. So she's taking a tool called the jacks, and she's squeezing the glass bubble and making a sharp crease in it. That sharp crease is the place where we'll be able to break the glass away from the metal pipe once we're done shaping. The tool is called the jacks, and making that crease is called jacking it down. So the bottom of the bowl, the part that sits on the table, that's the part that's sticking out. The part where you put the fruit, that's still attached to the metal pipe. Each time we heat up the glass in the glory hole, the big round oven with the door open, it only stays soft for a little while. So we do whatever shaping or blowing we can while it's hot and soft. When it's to cool and stiffen, we return to the glory hole and heat it up again. Does anybody in this section have any questions? Nope. We'll break it off when it's fully formed, and we're gonna we'll take another pipe, we'll stick it on the bottom, then we'll break it off, and then we'll work on the top. Sarah Gilbert is leading our team today, the woman in the gray shirt. She's an excellent glass blower. She's been blowing glass for almost 25 years now. She's also quite a talented engraver. These bowls that we're making today are for our gift shop across the lobby. The round oven that she's heating it up in is called the Glory Hole. It runs on natural gas and forced air, and we keep it at approximately 2,300 degrees Fahrenheit, which is 1250 Celsius. How do you get started? There's a way you get started in almost anything else. There's school and work. Some of our glass blowers learned on the job. They got a job in a glass shop knowing absolutely nothing and just learned at work. There's about 50 art colleges across the United States that have glass in their art department. Here in Tacoma, you can learn glass blowing in the public schools. There's a middle school and high school program in the Tacoma Public Schools. It's called the Hilltop Artists Program. And you just regular public school, you can learn to blow glass. Sarah's flattening the bottom using that wooden paddle so it sits nicely on the table. We often press in the middle a little bit to make it a little concave so it sits nicely. So the next thing we're going to do is transfer the glass, the bowl, from the rod it's on now to a second steel rod called the punty, P-U-N-T-Y. The punty will hold the bowl from the bottom while we shape the top. Over to the right, Alex in the gray shirt is preparing the punty. He's going to coat that steel rod with a little bit of molten glass at the tip. and that'll make it sticky. He's going to bring it to Sarah. Sarah will attach it to the bottom, and then we'll break the glass away from the original pipe. Does anybody have any questions? Yes. You have a question? Okay, I scratch a lot. So Alex is cooling off the punty. He's going to heat the tip up so it's nice and soft and sticky. We'll bring it to Sarah, and Sarah will attach it to the bottom of the bowl. When Sarah feels that bond is strong enough, we'll break the glass away from Sarah's pipe. Sarah will take her tweezers, dip them in water. We'll drip a little water where she wants the glass to break. The water will crack just at that section, and then it'll stay stuck to the punty. Here she goes. She drips the water off those tweezers onto the glass, gives the pipe a tap, and off it'll come. So now the bowl is held from the bottom. The top of the bowl is exposed. Now that part can be heated and shaped. Hi. Do you guys have any questions? Anything you'd like to know? Okay. Good is good. Okay, where and when would glassblowing start? We believe that it started in the area where Syria and Lebanon are now. We believe it started sometimes between 50 and 75 BC. It was spread by the Roman Empire through up into Europe and northern Africa. Venice didn't get glass till the 1200s. The Venetians were sort of military contractors to the Crusades, and so when the Crusaders went down to the Middle East, that's where they had the first contact with the glass, and that's where they picked up the skills. You didn't really see glass in Venice till about 1200 AD. What happens if you drop the glass while it's hot? It depends on how hot. If it's not very hot, say it's around 1,000 degrees, it'll break just like glass in your house. If it was like, 1,500 degrees, then it would hit with a thud and it would dent. It would make a big flat spot.
Oh wow. Okay, I was just curious. I was just how does it work?
Yeah, it just depends on how hot it is. If it's on the cool side, for us is like 1,000 degrees, then it's hard and then it's brittle like in your house. If it's hotter than that, it's soft, and so it may just make a big thud.
Thank you.
We're going to blow a little air into the front end to make the shape fuller and rounder. And now Sarah's going to slowly coax that opening to make it wider. She's pressing on the inside of that shape to make the thing wider. She's using the torch to soften the glass where she wants it to. She wants to shape it. The torch will get that section extra hot and therefore extra soft. This wide, shallow shape that Sarah's making is actually quite a difficult shape to make. It's not natural to the glass, so it has to be coaxed a little bit at a time. A lot of things in glass that look simple are hard. A lot of things that look fancy are easy. This shape that she's making is actually particularly hard to do. torches are propane. So we're going to heat that up in the glory hole, make it really nice and soft. And whenever it returns to the bench, it's going to be so soft that as Sarah spins it, just the centrifugal force itself will widen the bowl. She'll keep it in check by leaning on the sides with the jacks. Her assistant holds a wooden paddle across the front to keep it nice and straight. Everything that we make here has to be cooled slowly or it'll break. The slow cooling process is called annealing. We heat up one of these big black ovens that you see on the opposite sides of the studio to 925 degrees. We place all the objects we make during the day in there, and then at night, it has a little computerized thermostat that slowly turns the temperature down to room temperature overnight. If we didn't do that, if we just put this on the table and let it cool on its own, it would cool too quickly and unevenly, and it would break. When we're ready to remove the bowl from the metal rod, we'll take a pair of tweezers, dip them in water. We'll drip a little water on the joint between the metal rod and the bowl itself. The water will crack that joint, and then a light tap will release it. We'll then take a torch and soften a spot on the bottom of the bowl and stamp it with our museum logo. Over on the right, you can see Sayuri putting on some protective clothing. She's going to carry the finished bowl to our annealing oven, the big black oven at the right side of the studio. If you look at the oven on the left side of the studio, that's the things that we made yesterday. So they cooled slowly overnight. Now they're cool. We'll put today's stuff into this oven on the right, and they'll be ready to use tomorrow. The yellow gloves that Sayuri is wearing are made out of Kevlar. Kevlar is a fire-resistant insulating material. When she grabs that bowl, it'll be approximately 1,000 degrees. At that temperature, the glass will be hard. And we'll put it in the annealing oven to be cooled slowly overnight. So Sayuri's ready to catch it. We drip water on the joint between the bowl and the metal rod. The water will crack that joint, and just a light tap should release it. Take a torch and soften a little spot on the bottom. And then we're going to stamp it with a metal stamp with the museum logo. And Sayuri's going to carry it to our annealing oven, where it'll cool slowly overnight. So let's have a hand for the Museum of Glass Hot Shop team, Sarah Gilbert, Sayuri Fukuda, and Alex. So that concludes our demonstrations for this morning. We're going to take an hour lunch. If anybody has any questions before I go to lunch, I'd be happy to answer them. Otherwise, if not, enjoy your lunch.
All right. Hello, everyone. Welcome to the Museum of Glass Hot Shop. My name is Charlotte, and I'm going to be your MC for the rest of today. So that means if you have any questions that come up while we are watching the live demo of glass blowing, let me know. I'm also going to be the one that walks you through everything that we're doing. So please, just let me know if there's something that you're curious about, or even if it's something that we're not actively working on or doing. Ask away. You're here to, learn a little bit more, kind of get that insider look into glass blowing. We're just coming back from lunch, so we're just going to be just starting, getting moving and ready to go. So that means I'm going to give us a quick kind of overview of our hot shop and everything in here that you're going to see our glass blowers using. So to kind of start us off, one of the most important things that you're already going to see one of our glass blowers using is the glass furnace. So you might have noticed that she already went inside of this kind of large metal chamber that actually has a door that opens and closes on it. We have two of them in our hot shop, the other one's on the other side. And these hold about 1,000 pounds of hot molten glass, and they never turn off. So they're on 24/7, and they're about 2,100 degrees Fahrenheit. So really, really nice and toasty, keeping that glass hot for us. And you'll notice that the glass blowers will go inside of that glass furnace. They'll rotate their pipe to pick up that layer of glass and then be able to start working with it, whether that's shaping it, molding it. Sometimes it'll be on a blowpipe so that we can actually blow air into that glass. And sometimes it's going to be on a solid punty is what we call it. You can see here kind of there's just a little bit of that glass on the end of the pipe, and then he actually used it as a way to pick up some color on the end of his pipe. So we're going to be using the color to actually, of course, color the glass that we're going to be working with. Today we're going to be making these double overlay bowls. So on the outside you'll see one color, but then the inside of the bowl will be a different color. You can see them, they're actually here on that kind of board back there. They're hard to see from here, but you'll be able to see it's a pretty simple bowl shape, but one color will be on the inside while a different color is on the outside. So we have a little bit of glass on the end of a blow pipe here. This is the pipe that we use to actually be able to blow air into it. And you're going to see how we use these Marver tables, as we call them, these metal tables, to actually roll the glass and help us shape it. You're then going to see her start to get that bubble established inside of the glass. So most of the time, this is one of the first steps in starting any sort of blown object. We always make sure we have a little bit of that clear glass on the pipe. We want to establish that bubble before we start to build up too many layers. And then we're going to color it. So I had mentioned earlier that we had a little bit of color on the end of one of our pipes. And what we're doing is we're heating up that color so that it is kind of liquidy enough that we can actually drip it onto the surface of our clear bubble. And that's how we're going to color the entire bowl, at least one side of it, right? Either the inside or the outside. You can get a closer look at some of the examples of color down here. So these are what we call color bars. And these are what we're actually using today. So we take kind of smaller segments of these that we break up, and then we heat it up inside of our garage. So the big silver box that you see off to the side in our hot shop, this is what we call the garage. It's about 1,000 degrees Fahrenheit, and it's kind of like a waiting room for the glass. It lets us put things in here that we're going to need later on. It also lets us kind of preheat things up to a temperature that allows us to then heat it up inside of our bigger furnaces. So the color that we're using today is already kind of sectioned out and put inside of this garage so that we can easily pull it out and start heating it. So that's why you'll notice that we actually pulled that color out of this garage, and now we're going to apply it onto that clear bubble that we already made. So you're going to see how he has been heating it up inside of that furnace and is going to come out and actually allow it to drip onto the surface of that clear bubble. This is what we call a color overlay or a color drop. And basically, we just gave our clear bubble a little hat that we're now going to spread across the entire surface. So we're going to make sure that we actually spread that color across the entire surface of that clear bubble so that all of the glass will be colored that one solid color. All right, so we can start to see how we're using that Marver table again that I talked about a little bit earlier. You'll notice that we have quite a few kind of spread across the hot shop. That's because they're really important for us to be able to roll the glass out to help shape it. And also in our case right now, we're spreading that color across the whole surface, right? It started as just like a disc of it on top, and now we've actually kind of spread it across the whole surface. You're going to see we just pulled out another color from our garage. So this is going to be our secondary color for our bowl. And it's going to start to get heated up before we then come over and do another color overlay. So that's why it's a double color overlaid bowl, right? Because we're doing two different colors. We're kind of stacking them. And so for a while, you actually won't see the color that we currently have on our clear glass because it's going to be sandwiched in between. And we won't see it until we are later on opening our bowl because it's going to be that internal color. Back to more of the basics of our hot shop. We are using this big round furnace, this heating chamber, to reheat our glass. This is what we call the glory hole. It's powered by natural gas, and it's really important for us because without it, our glass would start to cool really quick, and it would crack and break, and we wouldn't be able to keep working with it. So the glory hole is about 2,300 degrees Fahrenheit, so a little bit hotter than our glass furnace. And again, it's just going to be kind of where we go back and forth to make sure that we're heating our glass back up to a temperature that allows it to be changed. You're also going to see our glass blowers will use a lot of different tools while they are sitting at their benches. All of these tools we use to just help shape and change the glass. And we'll start to go into detail about more of them as we come to the center here and start to actually blow and build that bowl shape. The other thing that's going to be really important for us at the end of our process, so when we are finished with our piece, is going to be the annealer. So you'll notice that there's these very large black boxes on either side of the hot shop. Of course, this one is open because we were using it yesterday, and the things that you see down here on the table actually were some of the things that were in there yesterday. So we're going to be using that annealer off to the side. We're doing that second color drop now. So you're going to see how that second color is just going to spread itself across, and we're going to lose that internal color for just a little bit until we start to actually shape our bowl. But the annealer is really important because it's where we put our pieces once they're done, and it's where they slowly cool down to room temperature. So again, I kind of mentioned that we have to keep our glass pretty hot so that it doesn't have any risk of cracking, breaking, and that means if it starts to cool down too rapidly, it'll have risk of actually shattering. So one of the ways that we make sure that we can, have these finished products at the end of the day is we actually put them away into this annealer. The annealer is about around like 900, 950 degrees Fahrenheit, and it'll slowly cool down over a 12-hour period of time. So usually overnight. It takes a little bit of time for that glass to cool down because we have to get the internal and the external temperatures to match one another. So sometimes glass pieces will have to go into an annealer for even longer. Sometimes they will be in there for days. I've even heard of it having to be in an annealer for weeks. It just depends on the thickness of the glass. In our case, we're making stuff that's pretty thin. If you take a look at some of these stuff that we have on the podium that we actually made on Wednesday and Thursday, you'll notice that the thickness it's barely anything, right? It's pretty thin, and so that means we don't have to anneal it for quite as long as some other pieces would need. So that's quite a lot of information already, and we've kind of just scratched the surface of what goes into glass blowing. So I can understand that it gets a little bit overwhelming. That means if you have any questions, please let me know, because we're going to be getting to the point where we're going to be adding more layers onto what we currently have. So we have 2 colors now, right, that we have laid on top of each other. And we're going to have to now coat that color in clear. We're also going to want to build up some mass, right? We want enough glass to be able to work with. And this is what's going to then get us ready to start blowing into our bubble that we already have and start actually expanding our glass, letting it inflate quite a bit. That's a good question. It's definitely, so with the annealer, it's definitely kind of a guideline sort of situation. Oftentimes, there's pretty much a set number of, okay, we know that these are, only a 1/8 of an inch or something, and so it should only take X amount of time. But sometimes you'll hear of artists wanting to be extra safe, and so they will be extra safe and leave it in there for a little bit of a prolonged period, just to make sure that there's no issue with the cooling process. I think we can all imagine the most devastating thing would be to finish a piece and put it away and then come to find it shattered and broken in the annealer. So for the most part, there's pretty good guidelines to how long it should stay in there. So she's actually using basically like an air gun right now. And one of the reasons that we do this is so that our glass isn't too hot when we go to get a new layer on top of everything that we have. Because there's the potential that if it's too hot, it'll want to join back to itself and go back into the glass furnace. And since all of that glass inside of our glass furnace is completely clear, we don't want any of that color making its way into there. That would be pretty upsetting. We'd have to shut it down, clean it out, refire, and get all of the glass starter, the batch back into there. So it becomes quite a chore if we accidentally get anything in there. So she just went ahead, kind of sprayed it with that air gun, cooled it down a little bit quicker, and then got that fresh new layer of clear glass on top. And you'll notice that that glass is so intensely hot that it looks like it has some sort of color to it, this kind of glowing yellowy orange, but it really is completely clear, does not have color to it. The only color that we have is the color that we've added. She's using a wooden tool that we call the block. This is a tool that we keep soaked in water, but it allows our glass blowers to use it on the hot surface of the glass. If you've ever played air hockey, it's kind of a similar concept, right? As that water evaporates, it creates this kind of boundary, this border between the wood and the glass because of that air that we're getting, that vapor. it allows us to just even the heat across the entire piece, right? We want the temperature to be even across the entire thing. And it also gets us a really nice, even shape, make sure that it's centered on the pipe. So this is all in preparation for us to start blowing into the glass. We want to make sure that when we do start blowing in a lot of air, that our bubble isn't going to try to shoot itself in any strange lopsided direction, but instead will be very even and fill the entire bubble in a very symmetrical way. Again, she's going in with another tool. This is what we call the papers. This is a stack of newspapers that we just soak with a little bit of water, and then our glass blowers can use it on the surface. Oftentimes feels like they're using their bare hand to kind of shape and manipulate the glass. It's a way for them to get a little bit closer. And then for you folks over here, you're going to get a nice good look at it because we're using the pipe cooler. So she's actually going over and using this water trough. It's just spitting up water onto the pipe, helping it cool down just a little bit. And you'll notice that that glass has started to cool down quite a bit. Of course, it's still, glowing orange hot, but it's a lot less hot than it was when we first got it. So we're going to get into that glass furnace again and get another new layer. So it is a lot of just kind of building up these layers so that we have enough glass to work with so that we can make a larger blown piece, and also making sure that we have just enough heat across the whole surface. We're making sure that everything's ready to go for us to then move to the center here where we start shaping and blowing. Using that pipe cooler again. Yeah, what do I think the weight is? It's a little hard to tell. And I will say, you're not evenly distributed across the pipe, right? So everything is on one end, so it feels a lot heavier than it maybe actually is. It's always hard to guess. I would say somewhere between maybe 10, maybe 15 pounds, but it could feel like double that just because of it being on the end of that pipe. Yes, yeah. Well, and really I think what makes it feel even heavier than it actually is actually the fact that we have to keep it in constant rotation. So a lot of the times you don't see how much they're having to really be moving that pipe, right? Because we don't want that glass to just start flopping every which way. We want to make sure that it is always centered on that pipe. And so a lot of movement of the hands. So you have to have a lot of strength in your arms and your hands. So it is a little bit challenging, and it starts to get pretty heavy. I will also give a quick note to the kind of the material that most of the things are made of. So our pipes, most of our metal tools, our tables are all going to be steel. So we use steel for the reason of it is a poor conductor of heat. So I always remind people that that doesn't mean it doesn't get hot. It just means it doesn't get hot quite as easily. And so oftentimes after we use one of these tables, it'll start to cool down quite a bit. And these pipes, the heat only travels so far, and so they don't have to wear gloves because the pipe itself is not hot until a certain point. This is when we're going to start to see our glass really change the most. We're going to be blowing into it. So one glass blower will be actually blowing into the glass, inflating it as it's getting shaped with those papers. And then just a reminder to you folks that maybe don't have seats and you're kind of standing, or if you're sitting as well, taking a walk around, getting up onto this balcony, you can get a really great view, kind of that bird's eye angle down onto the glass blowers. And you can kind of see some of the stuff that you miss from this angle, or even sometimes from that camera angle. All right, so I think we're all starting to see how much it has expanded just from that air that we're blowing into it. And you'll also notice that we're starting to use our blowtorch. So we're using the blowtorch just to get some specific heat onto the glass and also heat up our tools, because we don't want our tools to be cold and take that heat away from the glass. Because we're going in, we're using these metal tools, what we call the jacks. So these are kind of almost like big metal tongs that we can use to pinch at the glass to kind of apply that pressure and create what we call the jack line. So this is actually an indentation in the glass that is going to be really important later on, because it's a weak spot that we're purposefully creating so that we can eventually actually break it off of its pipe. So this is kind of our advantage point that we're going to be using a little later down the line. But you can see how it squeezes in. We want to make sure that we don't squeeze it too much, that we cut off that airflow. So we want to be able to still get air into the glass. So we're just continuing to establish that jack line so that we can make sure that when we're ready to break it off, it'll be really nice and weak in that one location. We're also starting to blow some more air. We're starting to try and shape out our bowl. So right now, where the kind of end of the piece, right, the part that's not connected to the pipe is, that's actually going to be the bottom, the base of our bowl. So how it will be able to sit on a flat surface on a table. And eventually we will be attaching a pipe onto that side and actually switching its access so that we can have the ability to start opening it from the other side. And you'll notice how Sarah is now starting to kind of angle that glass up towards the sky, which is allowing it to just almost like squat down on itself, right? We want that gravity to kind of pull it downwards. We're trying to get a certain shape. And so one of the ways we can do that is just by how we angle it. If we were holding it down towards the floor, you can imagine it would start to elongate, start to stretch. Whereas when we hold it up in the sky like that, we're actually trying to encourage it to almost flatten, right? We're trying to get this dome-ish shape that we're going to be able to then play with and use to our advantage to create the bowl that we're looking for. All right, so this is when we're starting to pull out those pre-made measurements that we have. Since we have been making quite a few of these today, we do have kind of expectations for each of these bowls to be a certain diameter, a certain length. And so we will be pulling out those measurements every once in a while. This is how we can get, pieces of blown handmade glass that look almost nearly identical to one another. Another factor, of course, is experience, practice. The glass blowers that you get to watch today have been doing this for a very long time, and so oftentimes they make it look pretty easy, when in fact it's very, very challenging, especially just to get that kind of consistency, be able to get something that looks nearly identical to the next piece that they make. And so we're using those measurements just to help out a little bit. So we're now starting to see a different way that we can use those metal jacks as we're letting them kind of glide on the outside surface of the bowl to help shape it. And at the same time, we're using a wooden paddle to actually start flattening the bottom, right? So we want to get this flat bottom so that we can actually have a spot for it to evenly rest. And so we're using both the jacks and then that wooden paddle to create that very flat surface on the glass. So you might notice now that one of the other glass blowers has kind of stepped off to actually prepare the pipe that we're going to be transferring onto. So we're getting closer and closer to the point where we're going to be ready to actually break off of our current blowpipe and transfer onto a new punty, as we call it. So he's going to be preparing that new pipe, getting just a little bit of glass on the end of it, and then actually shaping it and getting it ready to be attached onto the bottom of our bowl. This is definitely one of my favorite parts because if you haven't ever seen it happen in person before, it feels like magic because it happens so quick and effortlessly. And then on top of it, we'll be able to finally see that color on the inside that we kind of hid away a while ago. And so we'll actually get a peek at that color that we have on the inside of our bowl. So you'll see Sarah's going to go in with a little piece of scrap glass to actually mark that kind of center point. And then we're going to go in with that new pipe. We're going to connect it onto the bottom as close to the center point as we possibly can. Make some small adjustments, and then you're going to see she's going to use her tweezers that she currently has and pick up a little bit of water inside of them and actually use it on that jack line that we made earlier. So that little bit of water on the jack line is going to crack the surface, and then she's just going to tap on that pipe. And just like that, it comes right off. So again, that's why I say it's kind of like magic, because it just happens. It just happens so fast. But again, it's a lot of really trying to weaken one spot and one spot only, because if we were to do that to any other part of the glass, that's where it would want to break the most. So that jack line is just really that weak spot. That water creates those cracks right in the surface. That's why we don't let the water go anywhere other than that jack line. And then tapping on that pipe just sends the vibration straight through into the glass and causes it to break. You'll notice that there's a short period of time where our punty, so the pipe that we just transferred onto, the glass on it is still a little bit hot. And so Sarah was able to make some minor adjustments to the placement of the bowl and just kind of wiggle it around, make sure it's centered and it looks good. And now we're going to spend some time inside of that glory hole really trying to heat up the front half now. That's going to eventually open up, become a big mouth for the bowl. But we definitely, we have to spend a little bit of time inside trying to really heat up that one area, trying to get it hot enough that we can actually change it. Oftentimes what we'll do is we'll also remove some excess glass that we don't need or is not maybe fully colored. Sometimes that lip line is rough and it needs a little bit of a trimming to make sure that it is even and the color is reaching the end, and so we'll have to do a little bit of cleanup. So you'll notice that there's a very small hole left over from that blowpipe that Sarah's able to actually go from the inside of to start opening up those walls. So how many people does it take, if we aren't doing like a demonstration like this, how many people does it take to make a bowl like this? And the answer is it could take between 1 person to 4 people. It just depends. Yeah, someone could do that on their own by themselves. It would just be pretty challenging. But we do have ways to do solo glass blowing where a tube will actually connect from the mouth all the way to the end of the blowpipe so that you can solo blow and not need an assistant for it. But most of the trouble I think you would run into is actually doing those color overlays. So when we were having 2 people doing the color, doing that alone is not easy. And so oftentimes that's why you do see glass blowing is a 2, 3, sometimes even 4-person job. Yeah, it takes a lot of teamwork oftentimes. So this is just a reminder, we have disconnected from that blow pipe, so we don't have a way to blow into our pipe and actually inflate the glass anymore. So instead we're using that specialized tool that you might have seen, what we call the Soffietta. It's got that triangle on the end, and it actually allows us to kind of puff some air back into the glass to kind of like reinflate that front half, get it to kind of fill back up with a little bit of air. And you can see how it actually did kind of open those walls a little bit more instead of them being more kind of angular. And you'll see that Sarah's starting to actually push those walls open a little bit more. This is when I'll also point out that you'll notice one of the other jobs that we have, this kind of plays into that question that we had, is shielding. So you'll notice that one of the glass blowers is actually using those wooden paddles to protect and create a boundary between the glass and her arm. So this is one of the ways that we can just make sure that that heat isn't radiating straight onto the bare skin of our glass blower. And instead, there's a little bit of protection along with, now she's put on a sleeve to protect her arm and also a glove to protect the inside of her hand. I often tell people you don't realize how sensitive that kind of backside of your pinky, like this area of your hand really is until you're right next to, 2,000 degree heat with it. And so sometimes we do have to start putting on gloves. Sometimes we have to start putting on sleeves. That's just because we want to make sure that heat isn't hitting that sensitive skin. But I always say one of the reasons why we don't wear gloves all of the time is because it gets in the way of them being able to, move the pipe and have good movement in their hands. So we're starting to see this bowl really fan out. We're starting to get that lip to open up. And part of it is really just using the heat to our advantage, letting it actually kind of fan it outwards on its own. And we're going to start to see the kind of final shape of our bowl coming together now. So like I said, you can see how that heat is actually starting to kind of play with the opening of our bowl. That's just because when it does start to get hot like that, it loses its structure and it kind of starts to almost get a little bit frilly on the edges. So one of the ways, if you've ever seen what we call wavy bowls, is we actually play to that and we allow the glass to kind of take that natural kind of wave and flow. In our case, we're looking for a very, kind of geometrical shape. We want very nice straight lines and edges. And so we are having to kind of work with the heat, get it hot that we can then adjust it back to how it was but not use too much heat that it then starts to get out of control. And I always love, at this point, you can see on the camera angle especially, and if you're kind of on this side of the hot shop, you actually can now see inside of that bowl, and we're starting to see that really pretty kind of, almost like a mint light blue kind of color that we have on the inside of the glass. Right now, the color that you're seeing is not fully accurate to how it will look once it's cooled and is in front of us like these pieces down here. But it still is giving you kind of this rough idea of what it will look like when it's fully cooled. That heat does distort the color quite a bit, and so it's accurate, but it's not quite that true color that it will eventually be. All right, so it looks like we were given the nod of approval that it is ready to go, that we are pretty much in the home stretch now of just giving it some final touches, making sure it's ready to be put away. You'll see one of the glass blowers is going to get dressed into some protective clothing so that she can actually carry it to the annealer by hand. So again, if you want to see it get walked over and get put away, we're going to be putting it into this annealer on that far side. We're going to be heating up that punty, so the glass that's currently holding it onto the pipe, we want to get it hot enough that we have a little bit of movement so that when we apply that water, it'll actually have a reaction and crack the surface. So this is kind of our last look at the bowl. I love when we do these double colors because there's a way that the light plays with them and then suddenly the colors mix on their own. And so you're almost getting this hint of that green that's being made when you mix that blue and that yellow. I want to know, like, everyone to think on their own what colors they would choose to do. If you could pick two colors and do your own bowl, I always think I'd probably do some sort of like light pink inside with this really deep, deep green outside. I think it would look really pretty. All right, so here we go. It's the magical moment. A little bit of water on that punty, cracking the surface just a little bit so that we can get this bowl off. And then tilting it upside down so that we can go ahead, tap it off. You're going to notice that we're going to just torch the bottom a little bit with our super hot torch, trying to get rid of any of those rough edges left over from that punty. And then we're also going to come in with our Museum of Glass stamp right on the bottom. And look at that. Off it goes to the annealer to be safely put away. Yeah, round of applause. Awesome. So again, it'll be there overnight. We'll see it sometime tomorrow. And the things that we're making in our hot shop today will actually all go into our gift shop. So that's part of the fun, is that you get to see it get made, and then you'll actually see it go into our very own gift shop. So I believe that we'll be probably working on some more. If you want to hang around, see another one, or you want to go walk around, please do. I'll be here for questions, of course. But thank you guys for coming in. So this next bowl that we're going to be working on is going to be the same shape as the last one, but the difference is that we're going to be doing a little bit of a color experiment. So we're going to be doing a different coloring technique by actually marbling a transparent and an opaque color and kind of seeing how the two will play with each other. So it'll be one color overlay, not two like the last one, but we will still have two separate colors. They will just be kind of playing with one another in a different way than our last one. So as I had said, for those of you that are joining us and may have missed it, we are working on a bowl. So we just finished one a few moments ago, but we are right on to the next one. It's going to have this pretty like angular shape to it, but instead of doing two colors like we did on the one that we just finished that are kind of, we had it where one color was on the inside of the bowl and then another color was on the outside. This time we're actually going to be trying something out. So we're experimenting with this one. We're taking a opaque color and a transparent color, and we are going to be trying to kind of marble them together, and that'll be what colors our bowl. So we're being a little bit playful with it, trying to see if this color experiment will work or not. But it'll be a pretty simple bowl shape. I will make sure to let you know. But right now we are just trying to prep and make that color that we're going to be using for our bowl. So just checking in, you can see that we've gone from having two separate bars of color that we were using, and we are slowly starting to kind of meld them into one. So it's just a lot of going back and forth, having to heat it in our reheating chamber and coming back out, rolling it, trying to get them to actually meld together. But we're getting closer and closer to that point where we actually have this one combined bar of two different colors. Right now it can be a little bit hard to actually tell what those colors are, just because they are so hot. So the colors being distorted by that heat. But as it starts to cool down a little bit, I keep seeing maybe a hint of some sort of blue, could be a purple. That, of course, could change very quickly once the color cools down a lot more. So this is when we're going to start to see that marbling effect that we're trying to achieve begin to happen as we actually rotate it. The way that we roll it out on our marver table can actually cause the colors to start twisting into one another. So you're going to at first see almost like this very typical candy cane twist of colors, but that's how we're going to actually start to kind of meld these into each other and start to create that marbling effect. And so now you'll notice that we actually got it hot enough that we could kind of flip it and fold it onto itself. So this is just, again, the process of trying to get these two colors to marry one another and try and get this very intricate, very, very different pattern in the coloring. It can be pretty tedious, just a lot of kind of back and forth. But every project has to start somewhere, and so this is where ours is starting. Again, we'll be using this color to actually color the entire bowl that we're going to be making. So we're going to be making this pretty large, like this medium large bowl that will be colored with all of this color that we're currently crafting and kind of making very unique to this one piece. You'll see that we're getting to a point where we're just about ready to actually apply this color onto some clear glass. So we are pulling out a blowpipe. This is what we're going to be starting on. We need a little bit of clear glass on the end of our blowpipe so that we can actually begin the process of blowing a bubble into the glass. You'll see we come out of that glass furnace with that fresh dollop of glass on the end of our pipe. And right now it looks like it could have some sort of color to it, but that's just because of how hot it is. The glass that we get out of our glass furnace is completely clear and does not have any color to it, but instead the heat, so how hot it is, just makes it look like it has this glowing kind of yellow color. And you're going to be able to see how she actually will put a bubble into this glass by blowing air into the opposite side and allowing it to travel into the glass. So we do this technique that is called capping, where she will force that air in and then put her thumb onto the end of the pipe, causing it to become pressurized and push that bubble through. Now that we have that bubble, we're just going to shape it out and start to get it ready for that color, that unique color that we have crafted to get added onto its surface. So this is a technique of coloring that we call a color overlay or a color drop. It's where we take a bar of color, something that would look similar to this, around the same size, and we would actually heat it up hot enough that it could then be dripped onto the surface of our clear bubble that we have created. It's going to basically create a thin layer of coloring that will then color the entire piece. So if we were to take like a cross section of it later on, you would see that it's a very thin layer of color surrounded by all of these layers of clear. So in our case, we won't have to mix it once it's on our clear glass. But since we were making a very unique individual color of these two that we wanted to marble together, we did have to do a little bit of that kind of folding, mixing, kind of spinning it, trying to get it to create this unique texture and pattern. So here we go, dripping that color onto the surface of our clear glass. You can see that essentially we have given our glass a little colored hat right now, right? So it has this dollop of color right on the top of it. And we're going to heat it up enough that we can then spread it across the entire surface of that glass and color the entire clear bubble. So it's basically like we're coating it, right? We want to encase the whole thing in that color. The furnace that we are inside of right now, what we call the reheating chamber or the glory hole, is about 2,300 degrees Fahrenheit. So it's really nice and hot. It allows us to make sure that our glass is getting up to a temperature that is hot enough that we can keep working with it. If we allow the glass to cool down too much, it could actually crack and break, could even shatter and kind of almost explode. So we have to be very, very careful about keeping the glass hot enough and not letting it drop in temperature too quickly. You'll see we're starting to spread that color across the surface of that clear glass. All right, so we can all see that we now have that color established, and it's kind of smoothed out across the entire surface of what was our clear bubble. Keep in mind that we still have that bubble inside of our glass. You just can't see it anymore. So we're going to be allowing this glass to cool down just a little bit so that we can then go in and start to build up layers of clear on top. So on top of this, we're going to start to build new layers of that clear glass to basically just encase that color that we've added. It's also so that we can have enough glass to work with to create this medium-sized bowl that we want. So we do have to actually build up a mass that we can then blow and inflate. So going into that glass furnace again, you're going to see that she just rotates that pipe to pick up a fresh layer of that clear glass. And as she comes out, there it is glowing in that really intense yellowy orange color. She's going to sit down at the bench and start using a wooden tool that we call the block. This is a tool that we keep soaked in water so that it can be used on the hot surface of the glass. And it's allowing us to get an even temperature across the entire surface of the glass. And it's also making sure that we are centered on our pipe. So both of these things are really important for when we are going to start to blow air into our bubble and start to expand it, because we want to make sure that our bubble will blow evenly throughout the entire piece and not become lopsided. If we have a hot spot on one side, so one spot is hotter than the rest of the glass, and we blow into it, the air is going to travel to that hot spot first and inflate it much faster than the rest of the glass. So the steps that we just completed and went through, we're going to actually repeat so that we can get even more glass onto our pipe. So we're going to be allowing it to just cool down a little bit before we then go get a new layer of glass and start to shape it and get it ready to then be moved to the center bench, where we will start to blow and expand the glass and start to shape it into our bowl that we're going to be making. You'll see that she's going to come over and just cool down that pipe really quick. So she's using this pipe cooler. It spits up a little bit of water onto the pipe, helping it to be cooled off. And then back into the glass furnace it goes for another layer of clear glass. It's going to be cooled down just one more time. Since we spent quite a good amount of time inside of that glass furnace, that heat started to kind of climb its way up our pipe. So we want to make sure that we cool it off. And you'll see, again, we pull out that wooden block that we're going to use on the surface to help shape the glass and also to even out that temperature again. All right, so we can see that we have really started to grow in size simply just from one of our glass blowers beginning to blow his own breath into that other side of the pipe, letting it actually inflate the glass. So we're starting to see the actual shape take more, and we're starting to see it inflate much more. We're getting much larger than we previously were. And we're also going to see that we're now making what we call a jack line. So this is a very important part of the glass later on. We'll be using it. This is a weak spot that we will be using to actually break our bowl off of the pipe from. So this is really important later when we want to actually transfer onto a new pipe to be able to open our bowl up. This jack line has to be thin enough that it can be the spot that we break off from, but we also need to be careful that we don't close off that airway, because we still want to be able to blow air into our glass during this time. So we're going to start to notice that for the bowl that we are making today, the shape that we're looking for is not going to be this perfect circle, right? We want to make sure that we're actually starting to almost squish it down to get this disc shape or this dome, because we're going to be using that shape to then build off of it later on once we have access to the other side of our bowl. So the actual shape is going to start to be altered and adjusted a little bit, because we want to make sure that we are preparing for once we have the ability to switch over onto our second pipe and actually open up the walls of our bowl. So to help with that, Sarah is going to actually be angling the pipe up towards the sky. And this is a way that we can actually help to kind of squat the glass downwards to allow that gravity to pull the glass down. And you can imagine if we were to do the opposite and angle the glass down towards the floor, it would start to elongate it, right? It would stretch it out, making it longer in shape. Whereas in our case, we want to actually kind of squat it down. We want it to kind of press in on itself. Can I tell everybody? So I just got a really good question. How hard is it to actually blow into the pipe and inflate the glass, right? So it's not as hard as you would think, because when the glass is hot enough, it kind of easily will inflate. So you don't have to blow into it too hard when it's hot, but as the glass starts to cool down, it gets harder to actually get it to move. Because when it cools down, the glass goes from being very, like, almost liquidy to stiff, right? It becomes solid again. So it doesn't want to move. So while it's really hot, while it's that kind of red hot, we're able to blow that air in pretty easily. But as it cools down, it gets a lot harder. Why do we have to spin it? So while it's hot, like I said, you can imagine that it's kind of like honey. You know how honey is kind of thick, and so it moves slow, but it can still move, right, because it's still a liquid? So glass is very similar. It's very kind of viscous, as we would say. It's thicker. So it's not like water, but it's also not like super sticky, right? So when it gets hot, it starts to move quite a lot because it's becoming liquid again. So the hotter it is, the faster it's going to start to move. But as it starts to cool down, we don't have to worry about it moving. So similar thing to blowing in it, right? When it's hotter, it's moving a lot more. It's easier to move. And as it cools down, it stops moving. Yeah, so it has to get up to around like above 1,800 degrees Fahrenheit. So somewhere around like 2,000 degrees. So that's really, really hot, right? So it has to get really, really hot for us to be able to work with it because it starts to cool down really fast. And so when it starts to look like it could be cold, it really isn't because it's still really hot. It just isn't glowing anymore. But yeah, we have to keep it in motion so that we don't lose that center point. We want to make sure that our glass doesn't start to fall and start to get lopsided and kind of wonky on our pipe. That's a good question. It's very hard to do, so it doesn't happen often, but it can be possible for the glass to get overworked or overblown, especially if the glass is not evenly heated. So if you have a hot spot, you can imagine only one part of that bowl is really, really hot, and you were to blow into it really hard, it could actually cause it to blow a hole into the glass. So we have to be pretty careful about how much we heat it so that we don't accidentally overheat it and then blow a hole in the glass. So those were some great questions, and we're starting to see that color that we made. So we actually marbled, if you were here earlier, we marbled these two colors together to create this really unique color, right? We wanted to actually take two separate colors. One of them is transparent, the other one is opaque. So you'll be able to actually see through one of the colors, and we can start to see that the blue showing up. We have kind of a really deep dark blue and then a little bit of a lighter one. And we're starting to see that very unique coloring and pattern that we made in our color. So you'll notice that one of the glass blowers has stepped away to get a new pipe. So this is a punty, as we call it. This is the pipe that we will be switching our bowl onto. So we actually need to disconnect from our current pipe and transfer onto a new one so that we can have access to the other side of the bowl. The other side of this bowl is currently attached to that blowpipe and has a very small opening that we'll be able to use to then open up the walls of our bowl. And so this next part of the process does happen pretty quickly, so you will have to kind of keep your eyes on it because it's going to happen pretty fast. We're going to come in with this new pipe and attach it onto the bottom, the base of our bowl, and we're going to get ready to then break it off using that jack line, that weak spot that we had kind of talked about a little bit earlier. So the part in the glass where it pinches in is a weak spot that we're going to target to actually cause it to break at that location. So you can see adding on that new pipe at the center point of our bowl, trying to make sure that the two have a nice connection to one another so that we don't risk it falling off. And then in a moment, you're going to see Sarah's going to grab her tweezers and pick up a little bit of water and apply it to that jack line that we made so that she can crack the surface and then tap it off. And just like that, we're right off of our old pipe and onto the new one. So we're going to be able to start working with the other side of our bowl and start opening it up. So again, we just target that one weak spot. We made that jack line, we added the water to it to crack the surface, and then by tapping on the pipe, we actually send vibrations through, causing it to hopefully break at that location that we purposefully weakened. Sarah has a quick moment where she's able to make some minor adjustments to the placement of the bowl on the pipe, so kind of making sure that we are centered and even on our new pipe. And now we're going to get the actual opening of our new, access point of our bowl really nice and hot so that we can start to fan those walls open and actually create like a mouth or an opening to our bowl. So you'll be able to see now that there's that opening that we have left over from our blowpipe. Sarah's able to go in with those jacks on the inside of the glass and start to kind of open up that hole that we have left over. It looks like we also have gotten some clear glass out of our glass furnace on a solid punty, and we're going to be using that to create a lip line. So we're actually going to be going in and doing a lip wrap by kind of allowing that clear glass to wrap itself on that outer edge of the lip of the bowl. So you'll notice it now coming over with that clear glass that's been heated up, making an attachment to that outer lip and then allowing it to actually wrap itself around to create basically an outline on the lip of our bowl. So we're just continuing to repeat the same process as before, going on the inside of our bowl to actually open up those walls, starting to create a more like a larger opening, right? We don't want it to look like a vase or a cup with a small opening, so we want to actually start to really open up that bowl, because you can see some of these down here even have a pretty large opening, but they're still, you know, more like vases, maybe even jars. Some of these actually have lids that then go on top of them. And so we're trying to make sure that we kind of are going to eventually angle outwards to create almost like a cone shape. So since we have disconnected from our blowpipe, we will be going in with a special tool that does allow us to get some air back into the glass. This is the Sophietta, and you can see how we're able to use it to just puff a little bit of air back into the glass. So this time a little bit different. Sarah's going with those jacks on the outside surface of the bowl. And then you'll also notice that these wooden paddles are being used to shield and actually protect the arms and hands of Sarah right now, to make sure that there's actually kind of a boundary between her and the glass. So we can all see that we're getting closer and closer to that desired opening and that desired shape that we're looking for. Now that we have started to open up our bowl, those walls are going to start to become a little bit more delicate, because as they heat up, they're going to become very loose, right? They're going to want to move and start to create these kind of ruffled edges. And so we'll have to be very careful about managing the heat and making sure that when we come back to the bench, we straighten those walls back out, because we're looking for a more structured shape instead of something that is a little bit more free form, kind of flowing. But you'll start to notice that as the glass starts to fan outwards, it does want to start to kind of fold on itself. And so that can be another challenge for the glass blowers to manage and kind of deal with. And then if you're able to have an angle of it coming in and out of that glory hole, you're actually getting a glimpse at those colors a little bit more, and that lighter blue with the darker blue, and how one of them's more of a opaque color, whereas the other one is very transparent, very see-through. And you can also start to see that kind of marbling pattern that we made uniquely for this bowl. So there's that kind of fanning and fraying out, right? Those edges want to kind of crimp on themselves and start to fold, and we have to kind of tell it who's boss, kind of shape it again, get it back into that very kind of angular bowl that we are looking for. We can also now see that lip wrap that we added. So if you look close enough, you can see that very thin layer of the clear right on the lip that we went and added in. So you might have heard Sarah kind of say that it's really challenging because they're working differently, right? They are two different colors, and so they're kind of behaving a little bit different, because what goes into making color in glass is metal oxides. And so sometimes those metal oxides can have different properties and different reactions to the heat and cooling. So sometimes they'll heat up faster than other colors, or they'll cool down a lot faster. Sometimes they're stiffer, sometimes they're a little bit more loose. And so working with two colors that are so closely, related end up making them a little bit challenging to get them to be on the same page, because they just behave differently on a chemical level. So we're starting to see that finalized bowl. And we're also starting to see that really beautiful, unique pattern in its surface as well. And this is always another reminder I like to give, that right now the color that you're seeing is pretty accurate, but it is not fully truthful to what it will look like once it is at room temperature. So you're always seeing a close variation, but not a exact idea of what it'll look like once it is cooled and sitting on a table like this in front of us. You can see that we are just about ready to call it finished and break it off. So one of our glass blowers is getting dressed into some protective clothing so that she will actually be able to carry it by hand into our annealer. So the big black box on this side of the hot shop is where we are going to be putting our bowl away, and it will be calling it home for about 12 hours. So overnight it'll sit inside of that annealer and slowly cool down. It goes from being close to 900, 950 degrees Fahrenheit all the way down to room temperature in that time. And we have to do this just so that it is in a safe and controlled environment. So if we were to let it cool here in this environment, it would not properly cool, it would shatter, and we wouldn't have a finished bowl to look at the end of the day. The nice thing about the pieces that we're making in our hot shop this week is that you'll be able to see them actually go into our gift shop. So it's one of the weeks here where we actually are making things that you will be able to find in our gift shop here at the museum. All right, so we're getting ready to break it off. A little bit of water. Once again, we're creating those small cracks in the surface of the glass. You can see that we're kind of angling it downwards so that none of that water is going to hit the bottom of our bowl and crack it. And then tilting it upside down and letting it rest on those wooden paddles, tapping it off. We're going to torch the bottom hot enough that we can then add our own Museum of Glass stamp to the bottom. Just like you would with like a wax seal, we're just heating the glass and then stamping it. And look at that, off it goes to the annealers, safely to be put away. And let's give our glass blowers a round of applause. Awesome. So we'll be giving them a moment to kind of decide what they're going to be doing next. If you want to hang out and see what that will be, please do. Otherwise, you are free to go check out the rest of the museum. Come back here if you want. All right, so I was just chatting with Sarah to see what we're doing next. It sounds like we are going to be making a different jar to go alongside this cute little cookie lid. So this was a lid that was previously made to fit onto this jar. You might have seen us kind of testing it. But we don't like the silhouette that it gives. It looks a little frumpy. So we're going to be making a new jar for it that's going to be a little bit different in shape. But it's also going to be green. It's going to have a clear top with a green bottom. So it'll be really cute. And then this cookie lid will go right on top. It's going to be a little bit rounder in shape, so not quite as clean like cylinder. So yeah, that's what we'll be working on. I think that'll probably be one of the last things that we end up doing for today. So I definitely have a few more folks in here than I thought I would at this time. It's getting later in the day, but I'm happy to have people still in here. Usually I'd just be kind of sitting back and watching them work for the last half hour of the day. But we are working on a jar right now. So you might see on this table we have this really cute cookie knobbed lid that fits on top of this jar pretty perfectly. But we don't really like the silhouette, the shape that it's giving. I said that it's kind of a little bit frumpy. It looks a little bit weird. So we're making a new jar. So we will have a new jar for this really cute cookie lid. We're going to say goodbye to this other jar shape and make a rounder jar that's going to have a green bottom and a clear top. So you can already see that we have that color on half of it and then the clear on the other half. Of course, right now that color looks orange, but it is a green. We are just still really hot, and so the color is going to be distorted by that heat until it starts to cool down towards the end of the piece. We'll be able to start to see that color kind of show up a little bit more. But yeah, as you can see, we have married the two different pieces of glass together. So originally this clear and the green were separate, but we have actually now sealed them together. And we are starting to blow into it and shape our new cookie jar. So I always have to give a little bit of a warning. We are 20 minutes to the museum closing, which means we may or may not finish this piece in time for everyone to be able to see it get finished. I hate to disappoint, but there's always a chance that at the end of the day, it might take a little bit longer than the time that we have left over to finish a piece. So you may not be able to see this get finished. It's also my reminder that if you want to see the rest of the museum and maybe come back and watch the last stretch, it's time to do that. Go check out the gift shop or go walk the exhibit or the galleries one more time. But this is just my little reminder to everybody that we will be working on this piece for the next 20 minutes. And once the museum is closing, I will unfortunately have to kick all of you out of here. Very sad. And we will be hopefully finishing it after you guys leave. But we're hoping we'll finish it beforehand. So we can see we're using those newspapers again. So a stack of newspapers that we soak with a little bit of water on the outside surface of the glass as one of the other glass blowers begins to blow his own breath into the pipe, starting to inflate the glass further. Like I had mentioned, we're looking for a much rounder shape than our last jars that we had made with their matching lids. So these ones will actually become very rounded instead of becoming these cylinders. So we can now see that Sarah's starting to go in with the wooden paddle as a way to help us shape out the glass even further. We're also going to use it as a way to give us a flat base, a flat bottom to our jar. So this is the time when we're going to start to see a little hint of that green starting to show up on that bottom of our jar. We're also going to get ready to transfer onto a new pipe now. So you can see one of the glass blowers is off to the side getting a solid pipe ready to go so that we can go ahead and transfer our jar onto a new pipe and be able to access the other side and start actually opening it up and creating the mouth of the jar where the lid will then be able to fit on. So you can already see Sarah's trying to kind of imagine what that lid will look like on top of our jar. Well, no. So she does have measurers that are, set to the size that the opening needs to be, but she's more so eyeballing how the lid is going to actually look on top of that jar. So there is a little bit of playing with it that we have to do. So like I had said, like the first ones that we made are, the lids are awesome. They're really cute. They're perfect with their little cookies. But as soon as they were then paired with the jars that were originally made for, they were made first. The jar was made first, and then the lid came after. We quickly saw that, the two didn't quite match each other. So this is now kind of a second attempt at trying to get a shape that will complement the dimensions of this lid. So she won't necessarily be eyeballing it, but she does need, all of the experience and practice that she has, retained and gotten over the years to be able to make a jar that will be able to properly fit the lid. Little bit of water to then break it off. And you can see we're now transferred onto a new pipe and going to be able to start working with the opposite side of our piece. So kind of the science behind that is that we have a weak spot in our glass, a purposeful spot in the glass where it is thinner than the rest. And then by adding a little bit of water, we're cracking the surface of the glass in these kind of spider webbing cracks so that when she taps on that pipe, the vibrations get sent through and causes it to then break at that location, hopefully. Of course, that means that sometimes it doesn't always work out that way. But for the most part, we are pretty successful at breaking it off of the pipe. So this is when we're going to start to heat up that opening to get it really hot so that we can actually start to kind of push those outer walls and start to create the mouth of our jar. All right, so we can see that Sarah's starting to use that measurement of the inside lip of our lid to actually get the proper opening so that our lid will be able to perfectly fit on top and not fall in or be too big. So she's starting to use those jacks to actually open the glass outwards, kind of applying a little bit of pressure from the inside to push those walls out. And then just continuing to use that measurer to double check her work, seeing how much farther she needs to go. All right, so it looks like we are going to be finishing this like just in time. So we got to see a little glimpse at kind of what that lid would eventually look like once it's placed onto that jar, just in that last little moment. And it looks like we are going to be getting ready to go ahead and break it off, call it finished. So you'll see one of the glass blowers has put on some protective clothing so that she'll be able to actually carry the jar to the annealer by hand. This big black box on the far side of the hot shop is where we will be putting our jar away to slowly cool down overnight, so about 12 hours. So unfortunately, we won't be able to see this jar until sometime tomorrow. But the glass has to be in a controlled and safe environment to slowly cool down over a longer period of time. And this is when it shows just how much of a pro Sarah is, because she is getting this thing finished like literally on the dot. So She's going to go ahead, grab a little bit of water in those tweezers just like before and apply it to that puntee to go ahead and crack the surface of the glass. We angle it downwards just to make sure that none of that water will hit the bottom of our jar and accidentally crack it. Tapping it off and taking it over to the annealer. Yeah, a round of applause. So there's our last piece of the day put away. I will stay for a little bit to answer a couple questions. Yeah, thank you. Otherwise, thank you so much for coming to the museum. We hope you enjoyed.